All right, we are here with the national please, how do you feel today? Okay, you are great and excited. So what are we expecting here today? We know what is happening. Just like this particular building no terminals to the happen today. And no use our language. You don't say we don't exactly but I like for any city where they happen this NBM or as civil I feel as I follow them, they do what they do today. If they sell it here, wherever you are, make it come to this place or Amamba. Like the national president there, he don't be one give us everything where they happen to them. Don't forget to talk on our channel, NBM TV, also NBM of Africa. We are live there.
question. When students wanted to add quality and change, at the time, issue of African random fighting for freedom, the whole of occasions like this and our culture that we go through and activities that we handle ourselves, such as like when we talk about compromise now. I do know that it's a new one we are going to do very soon. That was costing about 2 billion. We are trying to raise that money. That's really so naturally we are building a culture and apart from the hall, also doing this in other places. Apart from these are fellow thank you very much.
National head of New Black Belt of Africa. Please, let's recognize our national head, Olorogun Ese Chukudi Kako, is the national head of NBM worldwide. Thank you. Welcome, my national head. Please, let's have our seats. We also have amongst us here, it is not everybody that can, you all know that the high table
We are still expecting several dignitaries that are not here yet. We are expecting the Commissioner of Police, who is supposed to be here. We are expecting the representatives of the Economic Commission, Economic Finance Commission Agency, who are supposed to be here. But as we continue, we expect that they will join us, and as they come in, we shall do the needful by introducing them. Before we proceed further, I also want to recognize a few distinguished individuals, gentlemen that I'm saying that have excelled and done so much for this organization. Please, I want to first recognize the presence of Barrister Isimeme Iriogbe, who just came into the hall. Please, can you stand up for recognition, please? Barrister Isimeme Iriogbe is a member of Board of Trustees of this organization and a former national head of NBM worldwide. I also noticed the presence of Alhaji Yakubu Musa, popularly known as Yaksin. Alhaji Yaksin is a former chairman, National Council of Elders, NBM worldwide. We also have in this very special seat that you are seeing, members of the body of founders of NBM. Please, can you all just take a bow so that we'll see you, please? Members of the body of founders of this great organization. You are welcome, sirs. You are welcome, sirs. Seated among them is a retired director of a federal civil servant and the former national head, Mr. Abdul Razak Okogwa, former national head of NBM worldwide. Please, can we meet you, sir? Every other person in this annual event, special occasion, is important. We have already taken so much time. So please, the fact that we are not going to call your name does not make you less important. Everybody here is important. Please permit us to proceed immediately by going into the starting with the opening prayers. The opening prayers, as a traditional organization, we have a national chief priest who is going to say our opening prayers. And the person is none other than Mr. Eribo, the national chief priest, NBM worldwide. I greet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, our spiritual head and the national chief priest worldwide, NBM of Africa. Please, I am sure several of us, or virtually all of us, have a copy of our programs. And we are going to follow the program the way they are. And if you look at your program, if you look at the copy with you, you notice that we are going to start with the national head's speech. And we all national head of New Black Men of Africa, Honorable S.C. Kako. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So it should not be going to get more blessings from this collaboration. Because when your executive visited Paris, was it yesterday or today? Yesterday, 2 days ago, Omoroba was very impressed. Ordinarily, Omoroba does not send their representatives to events. Congratulations, to me, you all look beautiful in your different venues. So on that note, let me break the cola note. Anyway, I'm very new government of the universe. We are yet to and we have a television, they know that we are in the school. And they are providing for the third president, members, President, those are in the ground and move on in my a new black movement now. I will go down. The second.
Thank you so much. Please, let's. Thank you very, very, very much. Please, let's give a round of applause to the real performers. Then, please, I think please, let's stand up to observe the Nigerian national anthem, please. The Nigerian national anthem. After the count of one, after the count of two, then we go. 1, 2.
With love and strength.
much, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been informed that we should proceed with NBM items. For those that are members, please stand up and let's say our item after the count of 2. 1, 2. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's be seated. Let's be seated so that we can move, so that we can proceed to the next item on our agenda. Is my national ready? Ladies and gentlemen, please let's be attentive and listen to the speech of the number one man of this organization worldwide, our one and only Oloro S.A. Kako, the president of New Black Men of Africa. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Members of the press, representative of the Oba of Benin, His Royal Majesty, Oba Atomehe, the Commandant Nigerian Civil Defense Marshal Corps, the guest speaker, Mr. Femi Dari, every member of the Black NBM of Africa, held on the 4th day of June 2020 at Guru Heritage Center in the city of Edo State. It is with great pleasure and elation that I officially welcome you to the 43rd annual convention of our great movement. Indeed, it is a thing of joy to see the ever-glorious coverage yet again. I thank God Almighty. I'm sorry, please. Where is the Woo magazine? Can I have the Woo magazine? I think this is the wrong speech. Almighty. I'm sorry. We shall go to page 1 of the old magazine.
security, the pivotal role of NBM of Africa. All members of NBM of Africa worldwide, distinguished guests and members of the press. I'm honored to stand before you as the 9th National President of the New Black Movement of Africa, otherwise known as NBM of Africa, and the Chief Host of the 43rd National Convention and the 16th Annual Lecture of NBM of Africa. The theme of this convention is the fight against cybercrime, fraud, and insecurity, the pivotal role of NBM of Africa. This particular theme is not only centered on national concerns, but also a reflection of the global phenomenon of insecurity. Cybercrime and fraud are interrelated security issues that are presently considered a global threat. For us to evaluate the role of NBM of Africa in curbing this menace, we need to understand succinctly the meaning of cybercrime and fraud within the context of security. Cybercrime is the use of computers and other electronic devices that is internet-powered to commit various crimes that could be for financial benefits, to cause damage to a database of a formal or informal organization, individual, or countries. When the bank account of an individual, private enterprise, or corporate organization is hacked with the motive of withdrawing or transferring the funds therein without the authorization of the account holder, it is cybercrime. The use of an electronic device to hack into the database of a corporation, a state, or a country with the motive of causing damage to such database or retrieving information without authorization from the host of the database is cybercrime. Cybercrime is the use of an electronic device powered by the internet to misrepresent facts like identity with the sole aim of taking advantage of unsuspecting persons or organizations. Cybercrime is the invasion of intellectual property rights of a person and the use of such intellectual property to the disadvantage of the owner of the intellectual property. There are other types of cybercrime which include but are not limited to child pornography, violation of privacy, online prostitution, drug trafficking cartel, networks, phishing, harassment, cyber stalking, ransomware, and credit card fraud. We may not be able to dissect the various types of cybercrimes as enumerated above. However, the general insight into what cybercrime connotes is enough for us to understand that this type of crime is enormous enough to destroy the security structure of any individual business, enterprise, corporate organization, and indeed a nation. It may interest us to note that during the last COVID-19 pandemic that brought tears to the face of the world, billions of dollars were fraudulently wired by unscrupulous individuals who invaded and hacked into the United States of America database and stole via electronic means billions of dollars reserved as palliatives for American citizens to ameliorate the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The actions of these unscrupulous elements caused further hardship, pain, and tears to the families of the actual beneficiaries of the palliatives. There were allegations by the Democrats in 2017 against the Republicans that the Russians manipulated the presidential elections against them in favor of President Donald Trump of the Republican Party by hacking the database of the electorate and manipulated the voting pattern to give Donald Trump victory. If indeed these allegations are true, it means the security structure of the USA was threatened. The unauthorized interference of the database information of a person, group of persons, private or public corporations are seen and regarded generally as a breach of security. It must be emphasized that continuous cyber attack on individuals, private and public corporations will certainly affect their economic and by implication their security. In a bid to fight cybercrime, many countries have enacted laws to check the menace of cybercrime, and the law enforcement agents charged with the responsibility of combating crimes are trained and retrained in modern strategy of combating cybercrimes. The European Union has passed a treaty on cybercrime known as European Convention of Cybercrime. The United States of America is a signatory to that treaty, even though the USA is not within the European Union. The European Convention on Cybercrime makes it possible for all countries within the European Union, including the USA, to exchange knowledge, intelligence, information and strategy in a bid to curb the menace of cybercrime, which is seen by all as a global security issue. New Black Movement of Africa, otherwise known as NBM of Africa, was founded in 1977 by young intellectuals at the University of Benin, Nigeria, with the following fundamental objectives as contained in Section 2 of the Constitution of NBM of Africa, which provides, thus, NBM of Africa shall be an organization based on the principles of democracy, equality, and social justice. 2. It shall be the cardinal policy of the organization and its organs to cooperate and exchange ideas with organizations whose aims and objectives are in harmony with those of NBM of Africa. 3. It is hereby accordingly declared that the organization belongs to all members of NBM of Africa, who, along with various organs and authorities established by the Constitution, must be guided by the provisions of the Constitution. NBM of Africa is a humanitarian, non-partisan, non-religious, non-tribal organization. The motto of the organization shall be social justice and equality for all. The organization shall inculcate a deep sense of belonging and patriotism in members. The organization shall protect, defend, and propagate the interests and welfare of its members. The organization shall strive to eradicate all forms of oppression, corruption, no-colonialism, and social vices from society. The organization shall dedicate its resources to promoting, defending, and advancing Black solidarity, culture, and world peace. The organization shall protect and promote fundamental human rights of all persons, irrespective of race, social status, religion, and gender, in accordance with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as well as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. A careful perusal of the fundamental objectives of NBM of Africa, most particularly objectives 5, 8, 9, and 10 vis-a-vis the motto of the organization, which is social justice and equality, one is convinced to conclude that NBM of Africa is better positioned to fight cybercrime and issues of insecurity in our society. NBM of Africa believes in social justice and equality for all. It is against our principle for anybody whatsoever to involve in the cybercrime or any crime whatsoever. With the capital and human resources within NBM of Africa, we should be seen at the forefront of organizing campaigns against cybercrime. In recent times, NBM of Africa has been engaged in several community development services to assist our host communities. However, because of the effect of cybercrime on the economy and the security of the global community, NBM of Africa has set up a trust fund to champion the campaign against cybercrimes. This campaign campaign shall be done in various tertiary institutions to draw awareness against cyber crimes and their potential damages. NBM of Africa has equally made consultations with print and electronic medias with a view of sponsoring publications, radio and TV programs that will create awareness among the young and old about what cybercrime is. Lack of knowledge is the reason why cyber criminals succeed in defrauding unsuspecting businessmen and the vulnerable old. NBM of Africa is equally aware that through the internet, terror groups recruit unsuspecting and vulnerable youths and use them for further criminal missions. NBM of Africa has over 3 million population strength. Hence, we intend to leverage on the numerical strength of the organization in preaching peace in compliance with paragraph 9 of our fundamental objectives. Every member of NBM of Africa should act and preach peace. 3 million apostles of peace and a crime-free society is indeed the best and better way to fight cybercrime and insecurity in our country and society where we live. Premised on the succinct analysis and presentation, I strongly believe our society will be a better place with less crime if NBM of Africa pursues rigorously its set programs to check the menace of cybercrime and insecurity. In doing this, NBM of Africa will partner with the various security agencies, namely the Nigerian Police Force, the EFCC, ICPC, and Civil Defense in the fight against cybercrimes and insecurity. Thank you very much as we enjoy ourselves with the various programs lined up to make the 43rd National Convention and the 16th Annual Lecture a remarkable event. Once again, welcome and God bless us all.
Thank you very much. The President, NBM Worldwide, Honorable S.A. Kako JP, for that very educative and informative presentation. What, in summary, I believe the paper is trying to say is that by virtue of what NBM is all about, we are supposed to, members worldwide, wherever they are supposed to be advocates of trust, integrity, accountability, and good leadership. We are supposed to be those that will join in the fight. Wherever they are supposed to be advocates of trust, integrity, accountability, and good leadership. We are supposed to be those that will join in the fight against cybercrime wherever we find ourselves. Rather than being part of it, we must do everything possible to condemn in all its ramifications. And to be on standby while we call on the Benin regional head to, I noticed the paper to be presented, or Benin zonal regional head's presentation is quite brief. So I want the zonal head to be on standby. Ably represented by the regional head, who is unavoidably absent, is the paper to be presented. But the regional head's presentation is quite brief. So I want the regional head to be on standby. Ably represented by the regional head, who is advisor to the governor of Edo State. Honorable, please.
Dissemination in welcoming everyone in this history-making event of hosting our annual convention at the permanent site, Uhuru Unity Center, Anambra, Benin City. It is important to state here, among other things, that with undeniable expression, we, the members of Edo region, are evidently elated to host this epoch-making event. And I want to say unequivocally that we wish all members a cordial and successful convention along with natural serenity obtainable in the ancient city of Benin Kingdom. Oba Atokpe.
Thank you very much. Please. Thank you very much, Honorable. Please, let's give him another round of applause. We also have, rather than presenting the paper, the next paper himself, we have just been informed that the Benin Zonal Head is not on seat right now, and he sent in a representative in the name of Mr. Brahma Suli, who is also a member of Benin Zone and a national elder. Mr. Brahma, please. A round of applause as he approaches the podium, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. The welcome address delivered by the Benin Zonal Head at the 43rd Annual National NBM Convention lecture series holding June 2nd to June 5th, 2022 in Benin City, the Edo State capital. All protocols duly and respectfully observed. It gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this year's annual national convention lecture of our great movement taking place here in the ancient city of Benin Kingdom, the cradle of black race. Permit me to state unequivocally that Benin City is the host of this year's annual general event of our dearly NBM of Africa, which is globally synonymous with black civilization, is the best home of our beloved Pan-African organization. Hence, I want to welcome you all to this all-important and remarkable annual event of our organization again. Paradoxically, it has been 12 years, that is, 2010, since the annual convention of NBM of Africa was hosted in this city. And I want to say that it is a rare privilege for us to have you here again. Over the years, several cities have benefited from the benevolence and humanitarian gestures of our members through hosting of the movement's conventions, where various projects, executions, and humanitarian services were carried out on the people, especially the less privileged. Through this movement's humanitarian gestures, numerous hospitals across the country have been revamped with the state-of-the-art equipment, educational and security facilities rehabilitated, cash donations / distributions of food and relief materials to orphanages / IDP camps, to mention but a few. These are part of fulfilling the objective of our motto, which is geared towards ensuring societal justice for all. It gladdens my heart to note that our organization is going to be putting more smiles on the faces of Edo people and rekindling their hope in life, especially in this trying period of economic downturn, with the hosting of this year's convention in this city. At this juncture, permit me to acquaint us with a little history of Great Benin Kingdom. According to historians, historian Egaraba 2026-6, the Benin Kingdom / Empire is regarded as one of the oldest and most highly developed states in the coastal hinterland of West Africa, dating back perhaps to the 11th century until it was annexed by the British Empire in 1897. The monarch operates a primogeniture system, and this has been so from the beginning of this kingdom. The term Oba is used to refer to the king of the kingdom, and he is seen by the people as God's representative on earth. He is held in deep respect and devotion. The present Oba of Benin is Royal Majesty of Monobanu Nedu Agboroboro Oba Ewari II, the portrait Oba that is ruling the kingdom happens to be the grandson of Oba Akenzo II, now with the ancestors, who was the Oba at the time this movement was founded. No doubt there was lots of historical sites spreading across the kingdom where one can visit, amongst which are the magnificent Oba Palace, Ikun, the home of bronze, the zoological park known as Obasu, the National Museum, the most amongst others. I urge you all to feel free to tour the hospitable city to your delight while in the kingdom. Let's imbibe the spirit of peace and love abiding while we go about our various activities. May Olodumare grant us a very successful, glamorous, peaceful, and productive outing in this 43rd annual convention of the NBM of Africa Worldwide. I pray Almighty God to grant each and every one journey mercies during and after this convention. Amen. Fraternally, Lord Bishop Wajai E. Efusa E. Benizo. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sudi Brahma, for that. It's educative, but it's a reminder to some of us because we are part of African culture, and in our clan, we know the significance of the Great Benin Kingdom, not only in the foundational, not only in the foundation of NBM, also because we are Nigerians and we know what the Benin Kingdom is all about. Benin Kingdom is celebrated across the world. In fact, as somebody that works with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, I am aware of the role His Royal Highness has played in the restoration of stolen artifacts, back to Nigeria, and it's been wonderful. It's a world-renowned achievement. So we know so much civilization, talking about over thousands, hundreds of years. Civilization, creativity, craftsmanship were documented through various forms of goldsmiths, artifacts, and other things that were stolen. And it shows how far, the people of this wonderful and very powerful kingdom have come in terms of creativity and civilization. Oba Atomoye, yes, Benin is the place, is the heart, is the citadel of civilization in this part of the world. We appreciate you for the presentation of that reminder. I would want to remind us again about the convention's ethics, the do's and don'ts. We expect members to ensure that our guests are adequately received, taken care of. We must maintain decorum. We must ensure that everywhere is calm, orderly, and we must discourage any form of troublemaking or whatever. Please, let's be reminded so that we can enjoy this historic event that has wonderful people from the Royal Palace. It has never been this powerful, and we must appreciate
our fathers. So I talk here once again. From there, we want to go straight to one of the main business of the day. As you are aware, it's about the topic, the theme of this year's convention, talking about the role NBM stands to play in the fight against cybercrime. It is worth noting that NBM is one of the fastest growing youth organizations. I remember when we were invited the Economic Commission management, they were supposed to be here, the chairman was supposed to be here himself in Abuja. We told them the numerical strength of this organization and the percentage of youths who are members of the organization, because we feel it would have served as an avenue to talk to them, to interrogate the people, because it's an assemblage of youths who can join in the fight against cybercrime. They were interested, but because of certain logistic issues and other issues they were telling us, they were not able to make it. But that does not stop the people. We believe we have people, top-notch individuals that have come very strong and powerful need for themselves in this sector. And among them, I want to call on Engineer Femi Dari. Engineer Femi Dari is the Managing Director, Link Strike Security System Nigeria Limited. He is the first person that is going to talk to us on cybercrime. Please, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Femi Dari. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I really want to appreciate the President of the Black Movement of Africa, members of ESCO, and indeed the entire leadership of this great movement for this privilege I was given to come and address this. I'm really, really honored to be here today. Thank you very much. Well, the task today is quite, it's pretty simple, but at the same time, a bit complicated. Because starting from where the President of the movement mentioned, and so quite a lot of key areas, talking about the cybercrime, insecurity in the country, and the role we all have to play. And, from the speech of the President, noticed the Constitution of the Black Movement of Africa indicates clearly that the founding fathers of this great movement had a vision in mind. And I'm really honored and really excited to see that this vision is being carried from generation to generation. And for that, I want you also to give the national president a round of applause. First and foremost, insecurity in our country today and cybercrime is a result of many, many factors, ranging from poor leadership, lack of quality education, foreign influence, social media, drug abuse, police brutality and injustice. Not to talk about peer pressures and covetousness amongst our people. The misinformation also comes with that, also has a role to play in as well as security. But because of time, I would just like to do a few conversations with Parliament, take some point from my PowerPoint presentation. At the same time, I'd like to speak from my heart. First of all, we causes insecurity, what are the factors that place insecurity? You know, for every human being, there are three things that make up a human person: the soul, the spirit, soul, and body. So is knowledge. Before you seek for wisdom, you must have knowledge. It's the knowledge that you know that gives you wisdom, and the wisdom is what gives you understanding. They are all in three folds. We have a country, or we have a continent that we must going to seek for the spirit, the soul, and the body of this continent. And I believe as members of the Black Movement of Africa, this is one of the reasons why this topic is being discussed. On my note on slide 4, slide 3, I have the fundamental relation between threats, vulnerability, and other factors that lead to insecurity. I will mention the fact that the key elements that bring about insecurity. If I have to go back there, we talk about moral questions, the value of systems, which we widely look at as bad parenting. We've talked about the issue of greed, covetousness, which is why a lot of people engage themselves in cybercrime. And there's the philosophy I always share with people that if you cannot do the time, you do not do the crime. But most importantly also, there's a difference between being free, and be free indeed. A criminal, though free, is not free indeed. So I'd like to encourage us to dissuade ourselves, family and friends, but our being friends also, to be good citizens and be proud Africans. And there's a beautiful thing about this NBM that I read from what the election of the president shows that this great organization has some African values. And over time, these values have been eroded by the influence of social media and foreign influence. And they always have their own agenda. And unfortunately so, unfortunately true, we have a government, or Islamic government, which is not taking these issues very seriously. Now, that brings me to the topic of terrorism as an aspect of insecurity. But first of all, let us define what is security. There are three basic components, like we talk about spirit, soul, and body, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. There are three basic components that brings about insecurity. First of all, you must specify and advise what are your vulnerabilities. And clearly, to cut it short in righteousness, vulnerability, what I just said, vulnerability is the weakness that can be exploited in order for you to be attacked. So you go, what is the threat? We talk about cyber threat, talk about security, we talk about all that. What is the threat? How do you define the threat? Because if you do not identify your vulnerability, you do not identify your threats, you cannot define what your risk is. But in security, as we say, there are three rings. You have the threats ring, you have the asset, you have the vulnerability. In the middle of that, that's where you define what your risk is. So, if you look at the country, how vulnerable this country is, there's so much vulnerability all over the place. It is easy for Boko Haram to recruit as much people as they want. Why? Because there's hunger, poverty in the land. So, we start from peer pressure. There's a little story here. I try to mention in my note. How did Boko Haram start? It started by a group of people, doing social works, taking care of the widows in the north. The simple Islamic leader, whatever, to do dirty things for his people. But in the process, it was hijacked. And what happened was he hijacked peer pressure. Because when the former leader that set up this group, said it as, sorry, my eyes are getting bad. I just read from my notes. Since 2009, Nigeria has been faced determined and deadly Islamic fundamentalist insurgents in our country, Boko Haram. Although founded in 1995, aside as a Sunni salient organization preaching Islam and providing services to the poor and to the widows, and to pregnant children, their martyrs, and Malam Lawan Abu Bakr in 2002, who was a Muslim cleric. relocating to Saudi Arabia for further studies. Handed over this group to a dynamic young man named Mohammed Yusuf. But the choice of Mohammed Yusuf was strategic. It was strategic because he wanted youthfulness, he wanted appeal, so that when you have a youthful person becoming the leader of this organization, it is possible for you to come with new ideas, and in that process, get more recruitment to the organization. But the intention wasn't evil. But somewhere along the line, because of peer pressure, Mohammed Yusuf met another cleric who radicalized him in 2014. And ever since that day, Nigeria has never known peace. We engaged so much insecurity in our country that have taken over 3 million lives and raised about 2.5 million Nigerians homeless. Now, it didn't just start like that. I wouldn't want to bore you so much with my love stories, but I like to create a fundamental so that we can start to understand that security is a response. And there's something about force that we must take for granted. Every time any man tries to use the force over another, we have not been able to define the resistance that force brings. Because for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Now, the client went to say that I said in my note, the greatest value of power is in its perception rather than its use. You are perceived to be very powerful. It is better to keep it that way, but by the time you try to use your power, you'll be shocked that sometimes you might not think, it might not be what you think it is. Clear example, the NSAS protest is an example. In Russia, invasion of Ukraine is another example. Russia felt with us over Ukraine in few days with all the might they have got. Resistance is always there. So the injustice that was meted to the Boko Haram group actually created this insurgence. Why? The Boko Haram group went for a burial of some of their members, and in the process, the police confronted them, and 17 members of Boko Haram were killed. No apology from the state government, no concern, and whatever. So, this radicalization, I'm trying to relate the insecurity we're experiencing in our country today with the injustice and the brutality that we're experiencing with the Nigerian police force, and why and how we can begin to address these issues by our level of influence, by people we talk to, and how we can begin to develop a society that can be peaceful so that there can be progress and productivity in our country. The point was made by the police officers, security agents, like we see experienced today, also creating security. And as such, I think the NBM of Africa has a role to play, where we begin to mention things that can educate the Nigerian police force and those in authority to be civil in their conduct, because power has resistance also. So we talk about the negative impact of terrorism in society. Everybody knows that. How it has affected us badly. The economy is not doing very well. Lack of jobs, because the government has failed to realize that terrorism is an economic war. Moreover, we have a society where the people, we've not been able to educate ourselves enough to know that we have been invaded. The national head of the movement mentioned something about Russia manipulating the American election for Trump. It is common knowledge. But not until we begin to create the awareness and the consciousness among the people that Nigeria indeed has been invaded. The Boko Haram will fight today. The Boko Haram will fought in 2009 is different from the Boko Haram that has been fought today. Why? Because there's an influence of ISIS. Where you have organizations, the Taliban organizations determining changing leadership. you see the bravery in which the current Boko Haram and ISWAP even had to name Boko Haram a different name, you know, that's a long story, but we'll bore ourselves with so many of these informations. I'm saying all this because I'm trying to pour out, you know, the coordination, how we can play a role. Because no one can say it's power. And our consciousness must come instead of buying the reports, because oftentimes the media has been used also by these terrorists for adopting purposes. Unknown to them, they're being used because they have their reasons. The killings, the naming, and the publication by the media houses helps them to get recruits. They recruit new members, able to raise funds all across the globe. But we have a duty to find a way to stop the way, the means of which they get resources. And if they begin to lower their source of getting resources, and the only alternative will be for them to go into illegalities like crime, bank robbery, which they already do, slavery, they capture people, sell them to slavery. Quite a lot. But the question not to ask, if you say you believe in a particular kind of Islam and you're involved in things that is contrary to the tenets of Muhammad, it shows that you're no longer fighting the cause of the true Islam. You are now a criminal. So we must be able to describe them in the media, identify them as criminals. And we must not drive and bring religiosity into this. Because at the end of the day, we are losing the war. It is one of the strategies. Now, there are quite a lot of failures on the part of governance also. Intelligent infrastructure in our country. Nigeria is a big country. And I'm very proud to be in Nigeria. Because everything we desire to become, we can achieve. This great organization today is celebrating 43 years old today. But success and failure, you don't start where you see them. If you succeed, you're celebrating 43 years old in a beautiful place like this. It is successful, but it did not just start. So, likewise, it's failure. But it's not too late for us to start educating ourselves as a people, committed Nigerians, Africans, because the white race has an agenda, and we must strive to protect our culture, strive by all means necessary to defend our cause, and let our focus be the new black movement of Africa, where the culture of this the continent is respected among all nations. Very poor judgment by the Nigerian government over the past actually presents insecurity, and it's so sometimes I find it very difficult to understand if you say it's a political will that is not there. Because prior to this time, where the Boko Haram were recruiting their members, they had intelligence. Why wasn't it done about it? Well, that's a question for another day. Solution to curbing crime, terrorism. We talk about cybercrime. The national head has discussed extensively about the evil it does in society. It brings lack of trust. So genuine businessmen can no longer do good business because of the imagery it creates and the perception that destroys the economy. So I don't want to bore you with too much stories. I wish we had more time to talk more about this, but this is not the time for this kind of long lectures. I hope we create some other time where we can sit down and exchange ideas. I just try to share the little I know, but I tell people, planning. People have different definitions to what they call a plan. I call a plan bringing your tomorrow to today. If you cannot bring your tomorrow to the present, then you don't have a plan. They will begin to see ourselves and begin to ask, if you have a destination in mind, what are the landmarks? You must begin to see landmarks. You're coming to Benin, there are landmarks. You're coming to the venue, where there are landmarks to let you know they are closer to where you're going than you're coming if you don't see the alignment, you know you've joined the wrong bus. So it's never too late to get out of the bus and join the right bus that will take you to your destination. Because no matter how long you stay on that bus, you'll never get there. So I encourage the members of this great organization to continue with the educating these followers, letting them know the disadvantage of getting involved in crime. Because Nigeria is not going to be like this forever. By the time the Nigerian agency and government begin to improve their strategy, and hopefully we have in the days to come a government that takes responsibility of intelligence very seriously, or the intelligence community and security infrastructure. Nigeria has actually outgrown our security infrastructure so many years, and it needs a complete overhaul. We have the right intelligence, but nothing is done. And insecurity is everybody's business. So let us do the little we can in our respective capacity to educate our followers areas of influence for people to call crime and stop insecurity in our country. Education is very fundamental, but sometimes religious belief can persuade people to think otherwise. If they are properly educated, they can take decisions for themselves, and they cannot be easily manipulated. We have the court system also, which is not being encouraging. We have police brutality, which is also something which has to be gradually, taken care of by the government, I'm sure. Where civil rights, the rights of citizens must be respected. Because at the end of the day, NSAS protest was a result of police brutality. And that ever since has created so much insecurity in our country. We see young men in the north because of injustice. So until these issues are addressed, we're going to fight injustice. And I believe this is an opportunity for us to discuss it amongst our friends and let us all play a role to educate masses on how these issues affect our economy and the growth of our country without taking sides. Social radicalization. The government should do more than what they're doing at the moment by, sharing pamphlets, in different tribes and different. I believe NBM can also partake in things like that to educate the people, dissuade them from religious radicalization, and see how we can going to maintain peace in the society. Conclusion is for risk mapping, intelligence, education, cult system, and bomb prevention. Like most of the time, the training that we get about detection, I tell people to detonate a bomb, you only have one chance. If you make a mistake, you will have a second mistake. If you detonate a bomb and you don't know how to detonate a bomb, there will not be a second chance. Ladies and gentlemen, not to bore us with so many things, so many of these lectures, I like to say, as my takeaway, the wise man once said, victories are within the lessons we've learned. And sometimes you have to lose to win. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us believe in our country, play the role we can, see how we can stop the insecurity in our society, starting from us. The consciousness that we have must start from us. As a committed Nigerian, let us all do the little we can. I'm so happy, I'm so glad that this organization is with such followership is preaching this message. No matter what it takes, the future is bright for our country and for our continent. Thank you for listening. Such followership is preaching this message. No matter what it takes, the future is bright for our country and for our continent. Thank you for listening.
Recognize and call on certain members here seated to the high table. I want to start by calling on Mr. Abdulrazak Kogwa, the former national head of NBM worldwide, to the high table, please. I would like to also identify another top personality seated amongst us today, in the person of Barrister Isineme Iriobe, who is also the former president of this powerful organization. Next, but not the least, is Alhaji Yakubu Musa, who is the former chairman, National Council of Elders of this great organization. Alhaji, please. Powerful organization. Next, but not the least, is Alhaji Yakubu Musa, who is the former chairman, National Council of Benin. Please, let's recognize and call to the high table Apostle Elsie Oroge to the high table. Apostle Elsie Oroge is a member of NBM of Africa, Lagos Zone. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much, Pastor. Please, we all listened to the paper that was just presented by Engineer Femi Gary, and I think it's necessary and important that we respond or make input or contribution in the just presented paper. Please, if there is any one of us here that has anything to say, kindly signify so that you have the floor, please. We need responses. We are going to take just 3 to save our time, to enable the next people to come up. Please, we need responses. Any response from the audience amongst us here? The paper that has just been presented by Engineer Femi Dari, is there anyone that has a contribution or contributions or questions? Yes, one of our board members or founding members here.
The President of the representative of His Royal Majesty, the Obabi, and all other protocols joining today. I wish to express my profound gratitude to Engineer Femi Dari, who has given a brilliant lecture on cybercrime. He went further to tell us how cybercrime can be prevented. But I want to ask this question. As fluent as you were in giving up the recipe of this crime, why has it not been necessary for our government to be so fluid as you are so today in resolving this problem? Because instead of it to degenerate, instead of it to come down, we found out that the problem of cybercrime, terrorism, and its twin brother keeps on growing on a daily basis. And rather, they focus on only how they can loot the nation and put us in abject poverty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that question. Even though I'm not in government, I cannot brief for them in government. But again, we will consider ourselves to be Nigerians. They're Nigerians just like you and I. And Collaboration is always two ways. Criminality is always two ways. Those that give bribe and those that take bribe are two ways. So we have a duty until we as a people take a decision among ourselves to choose the right leadership for our country. Because first and foremost, in America, if you are arrested for crime, the first question they will ask is such a person being Americanized? Because once they believe you have been Americanized, you can only have to America. So in like manner, I would like to ask, are we being nationalized? Because if we do not believe in our country, that only we and we alone can make this country great, we're not going to go anywhere. We must expose corruption, we must fight corruption anywhere we see it, and resist it. Money is good. There's so much property in the country, there's so much people across the country. But what the bandits do, they rob, they kill to raise funds to execute their agenda. So if certain people decide to have a particular purpose to fight those in government, because we have to, not until you have the right leadership, we're not going to be able to change and fight, because everybody wants to survive. So I'm not blaming those that are saying, but we must not encourage criminality. Cybercrime drives away investment. Lack of investment, foreign investment into our country, drive away industrialization. And for that creates poverty amongst our people. And most especially those that are engaged in this crime to defraud foreigners. What do they do with the money? They flaunt it to oppress people. If you look at the story of Boko Haram leader Shekau, how did he become a terrorist? He grew up among such oppression, and he grew up to hate people because he was so oppressed within his locality, Yobe, that he felt that he was nobody. So he hated the people. So the hate is what created this radicalization for people to go against people. If you cannot share it, why flaunt it? Sometimes we put ourselves in a secret position where we cannot more protect ourselves. You don't have everything to share to everybody, and you know everybody doesn't have it. Why are you flaunting it? So that's just my simple question. Answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, guest speaker, Mr. Femi Dari. I think we have someone else that wants to. Let me come to you, the microphone.
You don't have everything to share with everybody, and you know everybody doesn't have it. Why are you flaunting it?
Strong men, louder.
Please, while our president was giving his lecture, he did thank the Oba for returning our solemn activities and etiquette. I think as a body, we should rise up and start asking reparation from these people who made away with all these things. It will certainly activities. I think as a body, we should rise up and start asking reparation. Please.
President NBM Worldwide, representatives of the Oba Benin, Mr. Femi, all protocols to yourself. During your presentation of your lecture, which actually captured my mind, was when you mentioned that Nigeria has been invaded. The influx of some people from the Sahel into the country and all over Nigeria as Okada riders, Keke Napep riders. They are not Nigerians. How do we make these people Nigerians? And how do we, as a people, since the country has been invaded and we are all very passive, we appear not to be actually conscious that we have been sort of rounded up, take these people out of our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can you give us some response?
That's a very, very, very beautiful question. I thank you very much, Sir Hussein, for that question. Well, maybe we don't know that this country is so blessed and the resources that we have, for the greed of leaders that we've always elected to govern our resources. There's so much. There's so much. And countries are invading us every day by creating the wrong narrative and misinforming our people. Now the question is, how do we get rid of them? Education, knowledge, like what we're doing today, exposing this, once we have the consciousness that yes, truly and truly, we have been invaded, they will begin to think how to defend our country as a people without taking sides. But what we always say over time is people, look at it from a political perspective, but we're more civilized and more educated than that. The majority that are coming to our country, first of all, we know we have a very porous border. The wages for our Nigerian police force is not encouraging. We don't have the right people managing our security architecture in the country. We know what to say about. But we must also see how we can use our strength to defend our weaknesses. As a people, it starts from being conscious. It starts from what we just talked about. We know we're being invaded. Like in Lagos, for example, the ban use of Okadas. All the Okada riders they are going back to their respective locality. There are so many ways you can begin to gather intelligence. For each local government, put a stadium or a sports center, let people go there and enjoy themselves. Create membership. Before you go in, you take your biometric, you register, you know who you are. Because we must begin to, I've never seen a country try to fight insecurity and you don't know what comes there. It's a joke. Even an armed robber will lock his door for his guys before going to rob the outside. How can you have people on that? So there will be presentations, there will be projects, requests, our country, our leadership do not choose the priorities. Because if we do not take care of insecurity in our country, stop people from invading us through social media and misinformation, porous borders all over the place, it's going to be difficult to fight. But we as a people, information that we're sharing across different platforms, for what we know, for what we have read, is what we're doing right now. This we can do at the moment. And I believe by the grace of God, each and every one of us that believe in this country, we begin to spread this information, across the platform and areas of their influence. And let's see what little change can bring with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dare. Please, we requested for just three. We need just three requests, and that has been exhausted, so that we can move to the next paper. The importance of the reasons, or rather the importance of cyber crimes, talking about the negativity and the challenges people across the board, across the globe, not just Nigeria, the worldwide, is so serious, and insecurity equally is so serious that the management or the organizers of this event took our time to look at how our role can be felt and its impact can go a long way. That was why efforts were made to reach out to private sector and governmental bodies. Like I said earlier, efforts were equally made to bring the leadership of the Economic and Financial Crime Commission
to come and talk to us here, but unfortunately, they could not make it down. And the second governmental body, security agency that we have present here is the Commandant Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Edo State Command, Mr. S.O. Dan, who is also here to do justice to this challenge. Please, let's welcome the Commandant. Thank you, sir, and you're welcome.
Thank you. Your Royal Highness, members of the NBM, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, my name is S.O. Dan, Samuel Dan. I am a counter-terrorism security coordinator. I am a member of the Transnational Crime Threat Assessment in Nigeria. I am a fellow of the Institute for Disaster Management and Safety Studies. I'm here to present to you a paper on the topic and overview of terrorism. On issues of terrorism in Nigeria, where cyber crime is inclusive. When I looked at the theme of this national convention, the fight against cyber crime, fraud, and insecurity, I considered what is happening now in Nigeria, the issues of kidnapping, the crime trend generally, and I felt I should not just pinpoint on cybercrime. I should introduce the topic terrorism generally. I want to say that on pages of newspapers today, over the radio, television, cases of violent attacks have been reported on daily basis. The country Nigeria did not just sit to look at these things happening. The first major attempts of Nigerian government in attending to these issues was the development of the National Counter-terrorism Strategy. This strategy has a whole of government and a whole of society approach. And for reason of this, it becomes necessary to engage with individuals, groups, communities, organizations, and raise in this fight. That's one of the reasons I felt I should take on this topic. If the society is not safe, there is a problem. Terrorism is a global phenomenon. So many countries in this world have been affected by terrorism. Terrorism cannot be stopped, but it could be reduced. It cannot be fought with barrel of gun alone, but through coordinated intelligence and information sharing. I want to say that most countries of the world, including Nigeria, have devised strategies for fighting terrorism. Education and public awareness are the cornerstone of approaches aimed at reducing vulnerabilities to threats and hazards. We need to carry out public awareness campaign to reduce the effects of terrorism and cybercrime in particular. We need to carry out public awareness considering that the end results will be that of influencing activities, influencing our behaviors, to see how to reduce these threats. This will go a long way to increasing vigilance in order to disrupt or stop the spread of this crime. And the reason is why we are here. The aim of this presentation is to provide participants with general overview of terrorism. In this presentation, we are going to consider definition of terrorism, acts of terrorism, characteristics of terrorism, reason why terrorism is common, factors fueling the growth of terrorism, crimes, providing environment for terrorism. We shall consider terrorist intentions, terrorist thinking, their income, where cybercrimes comes in, terrorist tactics, their targets, where the targets are most vulnerable, sources of information for planning hostile, and then, if time permits, we shall look at methods of terrorist attack. Under that methods, we are going to see that cybercrime is one of the methods of attack by terrorists. And then we may be able to look at risk assessment. What I wouldn't want to leave without telling you is the risk-o-meter. You could measure your level of vulnerability to risk on daily basis, on hourly basis, in minutes and seconds. So what is terrorism? I want to say that there is no generally acceptable definition of terrorism. Individuals define terrorism based on their experiences and situations. It is an act deliberately done to harm or cause damage with the intention to intimidate, destabilize, negatively influence a group of people, organizations, or governments in order to achieve political, social, economic goals. That economic goal is why we have a thing like cyber crime. An individual or a group united on a particular cause to unleash violence against the society with the aim of creating chaos and undermining government in order to achieve political, economic, ideological, or social goal is seen as a terrorist. That is an individual. To some people, terrorism has been perceived as a means of addressing issues through violent confrontations. To others, they see terrorism as a modern tool or weapon of the weak over the strong. Weapon of the weak over the strong. There are others that see terrorism as continuation of politics by violent means. I had said there is no universally acceptable definition of terrorism, but there are certain distinctions that you find in all the definition. Whatever way someone wants to define terrorism, you find one of these that I'm going to mention. Terrorists unlawfully uses force, violence, threats, and intimidation. Terrorist potential targets include both people and property, including critical national assets. They target that. social, religious, ideological, and political objectives. Terrorism is a planned, organized, calculated, and systemic act. Terrorism is not bound by established rules of warfare. Terrorism is designed to have far-reaching psychological repercussions beyond the immediate victim or target. There is another thing I want to mention here: violence extremism. Violence extremism is a criminal act. Terrorism is a criminal act. But violence extremism is the belief and actions of people who believe in the use of violence to achieve whatever they want. We see that as violence extremism. People that believe and support the use of violence to achieve their goals are violent extremists. Acts of terrorism: assassination, arson, bombings targeted at lives and property, hostage-taking, kidnappings, arms attack, carjacking, drive-by shooting, skyjacking, maimings, ritual killings, robberies to finance these acts are all classified as acts of terrorism. There is something I did not mention. My approach to this presentation is that of adult learning. I am believing that you participants have understanding of what I am saying. So it's not everything that I will mention. You always fill up the gaps. Characteristics of terrorists: they are motivated by political or social objectives. They conduct hostile surveillance. When I say conduct hostile surveillance, before an attack, they have to come and find out whether they will succeed in the attack. They trail you, they monitor you to be able to select the best time for the attack and the best tools to enable them attack and go back without being caught. They plan to kill to achieve goals. They use explosive and sometimes automatic weapons or both. They will risk being captured, injured, or dead. They target critical assets. What are the crimes providing environment for terrorism? Arms smuggling, money laundering, human trafficking, bombings, increased use of IEDs, I can say cybercrime. They want to undermine national security. They want to influence or exert pressure on government and government policies. Terrorist thinking, how do they think? They reason this way. Where would I make the attack? What would I use? How will I initiate the attacks? This is the way they reason on a daily basis. They are considering where to unleash attack. The cyber criminals will be considering who should be my target? How can I get them? What will I use? Some of these criminals or the terrorists are being sponsored. They get their income through sponsorship, through drug trafficking, smuggling, kidnappings, robbery, and other criminal activities, including cyber crime. Terrorist considerations. Before they attack, they consider parameters to access, consider ground surfaces, they consider access restrictions, security barriers, checkpoints, any manners, method of delivery of the attack. They look at the surroundings, the range from where they are to their targets. They consider security coverages, security presence or physical security presence. They look at their escape route, parking availability, their remoteness. If they have a target, they want to attack without being apprehended. terrorist tactics. Still, they perform the attacks, they want to perform the attacks undetected. Cyber criminals doesn't want to be detected. They want to do and go back freely. They want to use phone or gain access through use of violence. They can use deceit method, providing false information to gain access. Terrorists hit and run into the civilian populace as they are not easily recognized. Who are their targets? They target events involving protected persons. They target high-profile gatherings. They target international organizations. Target VIPs. Target event centers. They target crowded places. For example, known locations, places with known time that people go in and out, like religious institutions. They target visitors attractions. They target entertainment and leisure centers, shopping centers, commercial centers, educational institutions. They target hotels. Where are targets most vulnerable? Drop-off and departure points, any static location, predictable routes, insider trades. Some of these things, as I'm going down, I will explain. Fixated persons online. This is the area that cyber criminals mostly make use of. They target people when leaving home, on transit, at the office, at clubs, parties, at strange cities. Participants, I want us to briefly go into methods of terrorist attack. How do they attack? This is what we call close quarter attack. This one depends on your proximity to, or their proximity to the target. They may use even fists, they may use something like dagger, they can use shotgun, they may use long barrel weapon, especially like what is happening in most locations in Nigeria. Most terrorists, they make use of rifles here in Nigeria. The ones we call them marauding terrorist firearms attack professionally. Maybe the gunmen. Example, like we had cases during a naming ceremony in Nasarawa State, people went in and fired at some people. Criminal acts. At another reception of a wedding, the same thing. We've been hearing of others like the cases in Kaduna, and the cases in some other parts here. There's also the vehicle-borne improvised explosive device placed where a vehicle loaded with a bomb, or what we may say as an IED, improvised explosive device. They put it in a vehicle and go and drop somewhere where their targets are, and at a given time they detonate. Lives are lost. Like what happened at Eagle Square on 1st October 2010. You might have heard about that. There's also the personal borne improvised explosive device called the deadly and determined attack. Deadly and determined attack. The suicide bomber will breach all the security present here and enter here. They may dress like you and come like you and sit down with you. At the right time, he's ready to kill himself with others. To be a method of, that's a method of attack. Like we had experienced a suicide bomber at the United Nations building in Abuja, 28 August 2011, where I explained that a man might disguise like a woman and then carry the bomb within himself, enter a crowd, and it explodes. There's also the suicide vehicle-borne improvised explosive device driven in a And by the time it gets to the target, he enters the convoy and explodes just to get their targets. Then we also have another method of attack called a direct fire. We've been hearing of sniper, long-range individual attack, not targeted for mass casualty. A particular person is the target, and somebody could hide somewhere, maybe climb a tree, is good in firing, and then get the target from there. Where is firing from might not be known. There's also the rocket-propelled grenade. We have indirect fire, the mortar. We've not gotten this in yet, but we cannot say that it will not come. Terrorism is still at its infancy stage in Nigeria. It is possible it may come. We have what we call the CBRNE attack, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear attack, which might have explosive elements or not. Okay, some chemicals could be brought in here and then released, and we all inhale, and that means trouble. The biological agent could be brought in, the nuclear agent could be brought in, but God forbid. There is also an attack by aircraft or drone. It's becoming common. A drone could be used as target, and it comes, get to you, and ask you to deliver whatever you have, or you are gone. That is also possible. Then, cyber attack. You see, I will say that cyber attack is the use of cyberspace to manipulate, to intimidate, to attack, and deceive individuals and organizations for purpose of having what they want. Use of cyberspace, use of internet facilities, use of technology to deceive, to intimidate, to attack. They can use it like in cybercrime to siphon your money from your bank. They could use it like this, lighting in here. If they want to disrupt this program, somebody somewhere can disconnect the whole of this light. Have a man come in, position himself, and then at the end of it all, the whole of the lighting doesn't work. It's possible that an attack may aim at this microphone, and at a certain time, they do a thing that this microphone will not work in this place, just to disrupt this program. That's a form of cyber attack. I've spoken about how your money could be siphoned from the bank, how you would be deceived. I talked about the use of steal method, deceit method in some of these attacks. So, use of cyberspace to manipulate, to intimidate, to attack, deceive individuals and organizations to achieve the goal of the person attacking. That's a cyber attack. Cyberspace is a global domain within information environment consisting of interdependent networks. So if you are there, you are online, there are other people that have trained themselves, they know how to access whatever you are doing. They know how to use that space to disorganize you, destabilize you, frustrate you, prevent you from achieving your goal. So we should also understand there is that kind of attack under the terrorism threats that we are also having. And then when that is done, we should not see it as if it's not terrorism. It's a kind of terrorism because somebody might have been frustrated. We have said that cyberspace has interconnected different people from different walks of life, resulting in the modern way of life. It makes communication easy. It makes businesses easier. We have the e-commerce. We have online financial transaction and then socialization. But when you are in that domain, you have people, they waiting, like people waiting for you on the way, calling themselves armed robbers. There are also people waiting there to frustrate you, to pick your money, and then go away with it. So cyber threat assessment reduces monitoring time and difficulties in response, as well as reveals potential security problems facing specific organizations. Like we want to fight cyber crime, then we should be able to assess what nature of cyber crime do we have in Nigeria? What type do you have around you? Which one is influencing people? What are people complaining about when it has to do with cyber criminality? And then how do you approach it? What are the best solutions? You begin to reason towards that. Some questions your mere YouTube in your phone, Android phone, could give you answers to some of these. We may not have time to discuss this so much. There's the need to assess and discover vulnerabilities that provide cyber criminals with new attack opportunities. Criminals are always looking for opportunities to take advantage of. They are always looking for opportunities. So when we say vulnerabilities, this is your degree of exposure to the attack. The more you are exposed to the attack, the more you are vulnerable and you could be attacked. The threats are the possibilities of being attacked. So you carry out risk assessment. To what extent could I be attacked? The threat is the source of attack. Who is there to attack me? Who is there to use online and get my money? How would they do it? You ask yourself these questions. How do I prevent it? How do I prevent it? So I can say that countering cybercrime, countering insecurity will come by way of counter-terrorism. Countering terrorism, countering violence crime. There is also the National Cyber Security Strategy, which outlines the major concerns of government in the area of cybercrime. Government have not slept, government have taken steps. They have come out with policies, they are doing so many things. But the more the government researches, the more the criminals research. And then what is lacking in our side, in our domain, is how to use technology to prevent some of these attacks. I said counter-terrorism. These are practices, techniques, strategies, actions including offensive measures taken to prevent, deter, preempt, and respond to either cybercrime or terrorism. Practices that you use to respond to cybercrime, techniques that you may use to respond to cybercrime, strategies, actions you could take are measures to counter cybercrime. If it is in terms of security, these are measures to counter terrorism threats that is prevalent in Nigeria. The United Kingdom defined counter-terrorism as a practice, military tactics, techniques, strategies of government, military law enforcement, intelligence agencies, businesses, and communities in preventing terrorism or cybercrime. So, for a community like the NBM, you are a community. What measures, what approaches, what strategies are you adopting? Do you want to adopt to reduce, to fight against cybercrime? This takes me to what I may call hostile recognizers. Hostile recognizers. Hostile recognizers is a term given to the information gathering phase by those individuals or groups with malicious intents. Hostile recognizers. Before there is this act, the people with malicious intents, the people that want to attack you, they carry out surveillance. They need information about you. They need information about where the money is. They need information about how they could get the money. So this phase is what we call hostile recognitions. This purposeful operation collecting information to inform the planning of a hostile attack against specific targets. They will need information from you. They may need information from someone that is close to you. They will need this: who has money in his account? How much does he has in his account? What are the loopholes? How can I get this money? They reason towards that, and then they come in, they strike. And if you are exposed yourself, they will attack you. If you are predictable, if you don't have security measures, things to do to protect what you have, then you are vulnerable to the attack. It is a vital component of an attack planning process. Result of research has provided security managers an understanding of why and how hostile reconnaissance is conducted, and the principles of how to disrupt threats during the planning of reconnaissance phase, along with practical measures on how to reduce vulnerabilities. There are students of information technology in schools. There are people carrying out researches in these areas. If the result of their researches is utilized, approaches to reduce this attack would be updated. Criminality keeps on evolving. It is dynamic, it changes. When you block them in this aspect, they will open another way. So there is need to utilize research efforts and others. The principles of countering hostile reconnaissance will need understanding and why. What information would they need to be able to attack you and why? You can ask yourself that in security and other resources, such as corporate communications and employee behavior, to help disrupt hostile reconnaissance. When you understand how they can get you, you now know what to do to block them. This section describes what these principles are, how they work to disrupt hostile reconnaissance, and how they can be applied in terms of activities on the side. The three principles are: you have to deny them possibility of getting the information they need. You have to detect them. You should be able to detect when they are looking for information about you. And then a combination of deny and detect principles give you deterrence. When they see that you detected them, they will run away. So these are the things that we will do. Reducing vulnerabilities to online and physical hostile recognizers. At this stage, they are looking for information about you. How do you reduce it? 1, secure online presence. If you are in the social media, you don't give every information about your account. If we are talking of cyber crime, and you are looking at people getting money from your account, so you have to be careful of the information you post about yourself online. You should be careful with that. Then, robust entry process. Who have access to your account? Who have access to information about you? You have to be careful about that. Then, understanding hostile recognizance threat. You need knowledge about the type of threats that exist. What are they doing? How do they do it? Then you need strong staff security awareness. You need vigilant professional security in terms of protecting yourself or your business. Then you need what they call deterrent strategy. What do you do that criminals will discount you? They wouldn't want to come close to you. I have this heading, I call it countering insider threats. Insider threat is posed by a person who exploits or has the intention to exploit their legitimate access to you, to an individual, for criminal purpose, maybe for financial gain, retaliation against perceived injustice, desire for recognition. Somebody that is close to you may be the one giving information about you. Somebody that is close to, that knows about you, maybe somebody is disclosing information about you. And it is this information that they will use to attack you. So now, insider threats are mostly dangerous adversely because they have the following about you. They have knowledge about you. They have access to you. They have every opportunity to get you. In fact, they may include employees, your contractors, vendors, visitors, friends, and family members. They may be the source of your attack. The risk posed by insider threat can be lessened by carrying out thorough pre-employment checks and by having a strong security culture. Strong security culture. And then it is important to watch what is happening around you in an organization, identify changes in behavior of personnel you are working with. You could be asking yourself questions. What is someone doing differently? They say when you be relating with someone and all of a sudden the person has changed. Pre-employment screening, or what is someone doing constantly? The person that is going with you, what has they been doing constantly? And then what is someone not doing at all? Those things he's supposed to do. When you watch, you see that there are changes. And then take care of yourself. Mitigating insider threat, personal security risk assessment, pre-employment screening, ongoing personnel security culture, then robust personality security helps organizations to employ reliable people. You have to know the people you deal with. I want to just say that it is pertinent you develop yourself, you look at what they are doing, know them, observe their behaviors, and then you can train yourself to acquire that power. And then it's good to identify and deal with suspicious behaviors around you. What can somebody do to look suspicious? Loitering in restricted public places. Somebody has come in paying significant interest to your entrances, exits, CCTV camera, carelessly and start taking photos of your keys. Somebody is concealing his identity. Somebody is asking unusual security-related questions. Somebody is asking. Let them know. When they know you've realized what they are doing, they will calm down. If somebody comes to carry an activity inconsistent with the nature of what you are doing or what is supposed to do, question mark. Vehicle parked out of place, vehicle retracing the same routes, all this should be taken care of. In terms of security threats, there could be suspicious items around you. When you go to your office, at home, wherever you are, observe the environment. We use these principles. Hot. Is the item hidden? Innocent items are never hidden. Is it obvious? Is the item obviously suspicious? You've seen a package with wires, maybe with circuit or whatever. Is the item typical? Item is not supposed to find at that place or supposed to be seen. You see such items. Don't feel that nothing is happening. So confirm that the object is suspicious. Clear the area. Do not touch light switches or avoid radios. Mobile phones should not be used close to that area. Keep out of line of sight. Are we together? Yeah. Is it time for me to stop? I should do a little more. Okay, a little more. So those items that are suspicious, so those items you see, look round. Somebody can bring a beer, I know, somebody can drop a powder on your seat, and you sit, and that is, you are gone. So observe situation, look round before you say look before you leave. Okay, this one is common. Reacting to firearms and weapons attack. Most times they say gunmen attack. So if there is any firearms, if you hear the sound of gun, that one is not for you. So what do? You can run, you can hide, you can tell. You run. Don't allow your luggage or your property to block you or help you from running. As much as possible, let other people run with you. Then you find a place, you know you cannot, if you run, you'll be exposed to the bullets. You look for a place and cover. As you hear the sound, you go down. Know how to run, because bullets will normally go not to the ground, then you can run and escape. The UK said run, hide and tell. Who do you tell? Inform security agents so that they may come for your aid. Then with the US, they say run, hide, tell and fight. There are situations you could fight and succeed. But if you are not sure of success, don't attempt to fight. There's what we call vetting and accreditation. Vetting means a background check of a person in order to establish the extent to which the person is reliable. Always find out the person around you, your friend, is he reliable? If he's not reliable, then you know what to do. Entry control. Before entering, for those of you that have accesses, there should be visible identity card. Remove access when a staff member leaves. Somebody has left your office, he still knows everything about you. Somebody that knows your, how do they call, PIN, that you get money. You used to send him to a bank, he's no more, you have fired him, and he has your PIN, he has everything about you. It is not good. Now, verify and authorize access for any support services personnel. Find out, is that person worthy? He feels he's coming to help you. If any breach is identified, hand over such culprits. Claim the person they are visiting. If aware of the visit, through maybe intercom or you can call. Issue visitors ID card if possible. They should be able to state the purpose of visit, and then such visitors should be accompanied by authorized persons at all times, or they should be monitored. Today's CCTV camera has come to help a lot of situations. If you can afford it, it's good for you to afford. Train someone to sit down and monitor the environment. If you can monitor whether fuel has finished. Also, wherever you are, monitor, find out whether you are safe. You can give yourself a range between 1 and 5. If it is 5, you are at risk. If it is maybe 1, less risk. So whatever you are doing, wherever you are, am I at risk? Am I safe? We are talking about fighting security. So when you do this, how is your risk appetite? Even this place we are, to what extent? What is the level of risk? Between 5 and 1. Can somebody tell me what is the level of risk? This place that we are. Oh, nobody was following me. 1. So if you say it's 1, you should be able to defend it. Are you sure that somebody that dresses like you cannot enter here, irrespective of the security checks? To what extent are they checking? Even these people, if there is an insider that wants to finish us here, somebody that is your member. Okay, what is the level of risk? Okay, still 1. At this juncture, I want to say that so I believe I will still have time to talk to you to continue the lessons. Time has not allowed us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Before we make our responses to this very topical issue, certain personalities walked in as the paper was going on, and I want to recognize and call for these personalities to kindly come up to the high table. I want to call on Dr. Mayo Onyebuike, the former national head of No Black Wonder Africa, to kindly come to the high table. I will also want to recognize the presence of Olorogun Engineer Felix Cooper, the former national head of No Black Wonder Africa, to take place. And another top personality who is here on the list is a very popular popular, very dedicated, very committed members of NBM worldwide. He is no other than the chairman, board of founding fathers, Comrade Ernest Amadaso. Please, this is the great that is Ernest, Comrade Ernest Amadaso. We all know him as a very solid, very rugged axeman. Please, our royal fathers are going to take their leave when it is 5 p.m. But before they take their leave, we are going to take a message from the palace from one of the prominent distinguished elders of my father that is here today, in the name of Chief Henry Osato Bazwaye, the Ayo Ene of the Benin Kingdom. Please, let's have a message from the royal fathers. Thank you, sir.
The president, new black movement worldwide, the former president of this great organization, members of the item, very warm greetings from the palace of the Oba. When you pay visit or something, personal family, Omonoba Obaewai II was happy to receive you. Without invitation, it was just here that he said that he will send 2 high, powerful chiefs to this event. My brother chief, right, sitting by me, is Chief Otege, the number board. They have no class of chiefs, like the senior class of chiefs in I've gone through your program. If I let me start with the lectures, the guest lecturers, let me see that I enjoyed your lectures. Terrorism. Is it terrorism? Terrorism is different terrorism. So, if I think you are doing very well, I have seen many clubs, many groups. I think this is the most exciting. Please repeat this convention again. I heard one of you talking of return of artifacts to Benin. Yes, I want to tell you that before now, one of the majors that came to Benin in 1897, his grandson voluntarily returned one of the artifacts, like a bed, okra. He said he was disturbed frequently at home. Because the artifacts, they were all taken from shrines and places of worship. They all have what's called spirituality. All the artifacts we hold, they say they are about 10,000. They will all eventually be returned to the original home, which is your Palace. Get no other place. The original home of all these artifacts is your Palace. Omoloba, I was in the entourage to thank President Buhari about a month ago for agreeing that the artifacts should be returned to Benin Palace. And there are plans to have a world-class Benin Royal Museum that will house these artifacts. So when the time comes, your responsibility, your cooperation will be sought. And also, there are going to be more books. I know of a book coming out. I intend to send one to your president. The source of earth. We need a perspective. Need for revival. It contains some what we are doing right now. Should be the stepping stone for Benin, more importance for the Benin Empire. You are going to, in fact, you are going to join the palace to broadcast to the whole world. So once again, Oloro, you are doing very well. Safe journey and all the members to your respective destinations. So, back to the place. Thank you very much. We have other assignments in the palace. Thank you very much.
presentation of trophy
visited. The group section will not take much. They will be coming back. Also have a very brief book launch. One of us, a member of this great organization, the former zona head of Abuja Zone, Honorable Patrick, a footballer, is an author of a book, The Pains and Gains of the Struggle, the story from the perspective of a veteran student union leader. We are going to briefly launch the said book when our leaders and former national leaders return to the hall. After the book launch, I guess we have to close for this section. After special appreciation and thanks from all by the national head of NBM worldwide. So I urge you to kindly, we understand and we appreciate your patience so far. We are almost there, and we shall be running up as soon as possible. please, the national head is seated. If the national head is seated, I think everybody here should be seated. Mr. Kasim Obiato, please, we want everybody to be seated, please. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding to the next stage, and I have been informed and instructed by the national head to have the presentation of trophies to the winners of NBM golf competition. Come first, and that will be followed by a pet talk, a small talk on Uhuru microfinance business, and of course, that will be rounded up with the book presentation we talked about, the book launch that we talked about. So, without much ado, can we call on the presenters of the award and please, as the South Regional Head and the captain of the NBM golf team, or rather the organizers of the competition. The trophies are here, ladies and gentlemen, and the winners. For your information, before today, a couple of days back, there was a competition that's talking about members of the organization that participated, and we have winners of the competition, and they are going to be presented with various awards. Okay, please, let me hand over to the chief organizer and captain of the team. Thank you.
National NBM of Africa worldwide, members of the high table, respected regional head, zonal head, chairman, national head, leaders, NBM of Africa worldwide. I asked we just, because of time management, we just concluded the NBM golf tournament, and we have some winners. We have trophy for the winners, cash prizes, and without wasting time, we'll call out the winners. Before then, we need to recognize some of the sponsors of this tournament. Golf is for the elites, so golf is not something we just like ignore or push aside. I think the NBM members of the golf family wants to appreciate these following persons, the sponsors of this tournament. First and foremost, it's not because of his hierarchy in the movement, but it was the person that initiated this year's tournament, the 5th NBM golf tournament. He is no other person than our national CP person of Eric. Please stand up for recognition. Thereafter, we have some other major sponsors, and one of the major sponsors is Bob Enafule. I guess it's not Arab. Please, a hand of applause. Another is Emeka, one of the co-sponsors, Chief Helen Udwese, Chairman of our council. Please stand up for recognition. Another co-sponsor is my humble self, is our national elder representing Netherlands Zone, the person of John Ayebi. Please, second and third and consolation prize for the cross winner. So we start with the consolation prizes, the cross winner. The cross winner playing of handicap 26 with a gross of 101 is no other. Before that, please, I will call someone to make the presentation. My bishop, please come on the presentation. I'll call the winner of the cross prize is no other person than Double Chief Henry Odwesi, the chairman of that council. Beside this trophy is going home with a cash of 48,000 Nigerian currency. Just like this presentation is a little playing off handicap 18 with a gross, came out with a net of 84 and is losing on Canva. Canva means that the second place played the same score with him. But in the tradition of golf, there is a way we do the Canva. You consider the 9 holes, the last Collins and Wosa. Going to the second place, winning on Canva, play of handicap 16 with a net score of 84 is no other person than Ose. He's going home with a cash attached to the trophy, a cash of 60,000 Nigerian currency.
On behalf of the new government of Africa worldwide, it's my special privilege and honor to present to you this honor.
In every competition, you must have a winner, the general winner. The overall winner of this tournament is someone that has represented this country not only in golf. A month ago, he played a great pool of his team and he won the tournament with a great sum of great dollars attached to the trophy. The person is playing off handicap 12, returning a net score of 77. You can see the difference because the others play 84 net, gross 101, but the overall winner, the difference is clear with a net score of 77, irrespective of the fact that this is the first time of playing on that UBTH golf course. And is no other person than my humble self, engineer Oyibo. On the occasion of the 43rd convention, I asked for the fact that I'm a living legend of not the NBM. I will appreciate the national head, past national head, to come and join in the presentation of this prize. Thank you. On the occasion of 43rd Convention of the Global Government of Africa Worldwide, it's my special honor and privilege to present unto you this commission. This trophy is the sum of 84,000 Nigerian currency. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my South Regional Head, for that presentation, and congratulations to all winners. And of course, I believe those of us, or those that could not win in this particular edition, we surely do in next year's event. Please, we have to proceed further because we've really listed quite long enough. There is a very wonderful business initiative that was introduced, or that was recently introduced by a prominent member of this organization in the name of Chief Emeka Machu. It is called microfinance, of a very prominent member from Mexico zone. Even though he's not here seated with us, there are representatives who are going to give us a pep talk about what this business initiative and business institution is all about. Please, can you just give us about 5 minutes talk? And to do that is Mr. Daniel Uche, who is here with Ms. Blessing. Please, can you just talk to us for 5 minutes, please?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. National leadership of NBM, high chiefs here present, distinguished guests, honorable ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Daniel Uche, and I stand here to represent Guru. My bank, I must tell you, is a friendly bank. It's a bank owned by a prominent member of this respected organization, in the person of Emeka Manju. The spirit of brotherhood and the spirit of making business friendly, easy access to loans, easy access to savings and deposits, easy access to members of this group that may want to identify with it. It has been coined correctly, Uhuru Microfinance Bank Limited. Because of want of time, we will stand at the entrance to share our flyers and some of our gifts. Our phone numbers are here so that you can reach out to us and we'll give you more details. The bank has come to stay and it has come to identify with all of us. And we're here to do business with every member of this group. It is a respected group leadership of this group for giving us 5 minutes to stand before respected and well-meaning Nigerians. Together, Uhuru shall stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, representatives of Uhuru Microfinance Limited. I'm sure we understand what the business is all about and what they are saying. I think I can see they have their handbills that will further inform you on their operation. We have various presentations, very notable groups within the organization have various items they want to donate to the movement as part of what we need here. I know World Committee of CP worldwide have their presentation. They have items that they want to donate to the organization. Equal Rights and Social Justice Forum equally have water dispensers and cans of water they want to donate. I don't know, I think we have to take the committee of CPs. My national CP, please. All various donors should please come forward so that we get this over, please. My national CP. Honor, they said, we must give it to whom honor is due. Before now, please, I want to recognize two prominent members that we have not mentioned. There are two prominent members of this organization. In fact, two former national heads of NBM worldwide. I will first start with our former national head already seated at the high table, Mr. Godwin Obaide. You are welcome, sir. Former national head NBM worldwide. And just stepping into the convention hall is the great Uluwale himself, Honorable Pemuda Eyeyibo, the former national head, NBM worldwide. Uluwale, please, can you come over to the high table, please, your national head, former. My national CP, where are you, sir? The leader of CP committee worldwide should kindly come and do the presentation. We understand they have a projector they want to donate to the organization, and if they are not ready, can Mr. Joseph they should get their act together, and when they are ready, they should let us know. Without waiting most of your time, I think we have to proceed with the book launch. Ladies and gentlemen, a young man, a former zonal head of Abuja Zone, a politician, is here, and I was privileged to be at the event where this book was launched in Abuja, and I know the type of personalities that were there, and I felt really proud that a member of this great organization has gone far to do a wonderful job writing this book. The title of the book depicts activism from the experiences of a Nigerian student leader. And the author, one of us, a former zonal head of Abuja Zone, Comrade Patrick Fubera, is here. Please, can you come over? I would want us to give a resounding round of applause to this young man. Please, we can do better. Let's give him a round of applause. I would want to give him just 2 minutes because there's no much time. Just 2 minutes to briefly give us an insight. Us sinners in the place.
Youngsman, my national head, NBM worldwide, my very respected leaders on the high table, please permit me to stand on the protocols already established. My name is Comrade Patrick Afubera, the immediate past president of the Abuja chapter of this great organization. During my undergraduate days in the university, I took the path of student activism. I was elected president of Students Union on July 28, 1999 as president of the Students Union government of NBM University, Oka. What transpired within the 1 year of my tenure gave me the impetus to even consider the thought of venturing to go to Faculty of Law to obtain a degree in law, because I studied biochemistry in my first degree. And as a student union leader, president, who was determined to ensure the protection of the welfare and interest of the students at all times material, irrespective of whose ox is God. I had the unfortunate incidents of stepping on some powerful toes in the authority. The book centers mainly on telling the story of what is student unionism, goes into how we found ourselves involved in it, and the origin of student unionism in Nigeria. It is very well researched and is highly recommended for everyone who wants to toe that path, especially for the beginners. And for us as an organization, I enjoyed great maximum support from members of this movement. In our years in the temple then, luckily for me, my national head were in the same institution. He knows the whole story. Nothing is new to him in this particular story. And so, I identified myself as a proud axeman because it was the orientation and the background I acquired from my membership of the movement that gave me impetus to stand tall and fight at all times, knowing that I have nobody to fear except God. As long as I am convinced that I am towing the right direction, I feared nobody. And so that was the essence of how we achieved victory in almost all our situations. If you go through the book, you will find out situations where, at the point of being suspended or rusticated from the university, I had to take the university to court. At the end of the day, we graduated. The story of how we ventured into NANS politics, contested NANS election 2003, and became a fractional president of the NANS, and all thereabout. The book, for those who are not able to get it, the book is also online. You can get it on Amazon Kindle and also Okada Books. It is recommended for everybody to read, to get the knowledge and to get the insight of what it takes to be in the student movement and also leadership altogether. I thank you very much for this great platform and opportunity to speak to this honorable gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Patrick Afubera. Without wasting much time, I want us to proceed straight to the launching itself. And we are going to start the process with our number one worldwide, our president, the national head, new Black Belt of Africa, worldwide.
25 years, 20 to 25 years now. We are still together. We both attended NBM University. I'm very proud and overwhelmed with this book you wrote. I think we all know the story. Like you said, there's nothing new that is in this book that I don't know. I want every one of us to first of all stand up and give him a hand of applause. This is a book that will inspire thousands of Nigerians. This is a book that will inspire every one of us. Going to the university, I was inspired with the things I met. I went to the school. It's not as if the school went to me. I went to the university. We know the whole stories about the on-campus. This book, the pains and the gains of the struggle. The story of students' union activism from the experiences of a veteran student leader. My brother, Patrick Asubera, once again says thank you and I'm very proud of you. And I want to launch this book with the sum of 100,000 naira. The money I'll pay cash. Thank you very much. As we continue.
Thank you very much, our national head, President of NBM Worldwide. You have launched this book with the sum of 100,000 naira. Please, a round of applause for our national head. Thank you very much. We are not going to take time on this. A fellow member, a brother, an axeman is author of this book. So we are going to call on for voluntary launching as individuals to voluntarily stand up and launch this book. We don't want to use any conventional format to do that. So please, if there is anybody amongst us here, there are people, everybody, whoever wants to is launching. I can see our former regional head, Western Region, Lagogo is here. You're welcome, my former regional head. Please, let's commence the launching. Our national head has done the needful by standing. We want to make it very snappy. Like we said, it's voluntary. Some of us in Abuja zone have done the needful. And I want to believe this is NBM at the world stage. Anybody that wants to make any pledge or launch this book, please kindly come over to I have been rightly informed that the book is going, that is said, the amount, that's the price of the book is 5,000 naira. You can decide to buy one, buy many copies, or even launch. So if you do not want to make a pledge, you can come over and buy one for yourself, or buy
wherever you feel we know more about student activism in our campuses, so they can come over, whoever is interested can come over and buy it. As that is going on, we want to quickly receive as that is going on, we want to quickly receive the presentations, the various presentations from various groups that want to present various materials to this organization. And I want to start with the Committee of CPs. Yes, the Committee of CPs are not ready yet. Equal Rights and Social Justice Forum, are you ready? I have Mr. Joseph here to present the various items on behalf of Equal Rights and Social Justice Forum.
I ask well, on behalf of Equal Rights and Social Justice Forum, which is an NBM forum, obliged with the responsibility to foster our goal, stand our goal, project our goal in all ramifications. I'm presenting these items, 3 water dispensers and cans, to the National Secretary. I ask
a round of applause from our brothers. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for your donation. E-Forum, please. Is Mr. Jonathan here to present on behalf of, I understand you have a MOA that E-Forum has for the organization.
I'm Corporate Jonathan Obuke. On behalf of NBM E-Forum Worldwide, we are presenting the MOA to the National Secretariat.
Thank you very much, members of E-Forum. We know soon we are going to have grasses outside that will be very useful to the Secretariat. We appreciate you. Members of the City Committee Worldwide, are we ready? If members of the city committees are not ready, then I guess we have to round up with the our national head is going to give special thanks to sponsors of this 43rd annual convention. If you look at your program, that surely is the last on the program. Our national head, please.
In the form, now they do now.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we round up the activities of the 43rd convention of our great movement, there are some specific persons, members of our movement, most especially the members, body of founders, who stood on behalf of our movement to fight against the blackmail and lies that the well-known media organization carried out respected leaders of this movement, most especially the members, body of founders, that stood against the lies and blackmail that well-known media organization, the BBC, did, I think sometime late last year. We all know NBM of Africa has nothing to do with blackers. NBM of Africa is not blackers. So why the lies, why the blackmail? Why is it that the Western media, anything about the black, they will tend to use lies and blackmail to rubbish such kind of persons and organization or group? We will continue to use every means legal to fight our battles. The only means, and I know, NBM of Africa, as we all know, is a humanitarian organization and a pan-African organization that promotes African culture. So why the lies? Why the blackmail? What has NBM got to do with fraud? If an individual commits a crime, you should go after the individual. What has the organization or group has to do with activities done by individual? You are only denying us our fundamental human rights of association if you tend to do that. BBC, I think you should retrace your step and do the right thing. If you have a problem with anybody, go after the persons. You have the law. You can take the person to court. You can sue the person. Stop blackmailing this movement. This message should go to BBC, we all know, has been a respected media house. But after that lies and blackmail, I don't think they don't have any honor. They no longer have honor. So they should retrace their step. Meanwhile, I want to call on the excellence in recognition of your contributions to the growth of the movement. Thank you very much. Second award for the day goes to Mr. Kemi Shitu. Is Mr. Kemi Shitu here? I think Mr. Kemi Shitu is one of the secretaries of one of our zones. I think Apapa zone. Is Mr. Kemi Shitu present? If he's not here, is any member of Apapa zone present? Please come forward and receive this award on behalf of Mr. Kemi Shitu. Mr. Kemi Shitu is the Zonal Secretary of Apapa Zone. This is an award of excellence in recognition of your contributions to the growth of NBM of Africa. The next award goes to Mr. Marjin Deita Omufe. Is Mr. Marjin around? Mr. Marjin Omufe is the regional president, NBM of Africa, European region. Is anybody from European region around? If Mr. Marjin is not around, please step forward to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Marjin. This is an award of excellence in recognition of your contributions to the growth of the movement. The third award goes to Mr. Eribo Mwata. Mr. Eribo Mwata is Deputy President, NBM of Africa. Can Mr. Eribo Mwata step forward? If he's not around, This is an award of excellence in recognition of your contribution to the growth of the movement. The next award goes to Chief Tio Onwuka. Chief Tio Onwuka is a member body of founder. This is an award in recognition of your contribution to the growth of the movement. The next award goes to Chief Abdulrazak Ire Okogwa. Chief Abdulrazak Ire Okogwa was the former national president NBM of Africa. This award of excellence is, I say thank you and thank you very much. The next award goes to Mr. Umujeri S. Ogene Brewery. Mr. Umujeri, can you quickly come forward? A.K.A. African Man. This award of excellence is in recognition of your contribution to the growth of our dear movement. The next award of excellence goes to Mr. Oluwa Tosin DC. Mr. Oluwa Tosin DC is the PRO of our great movement. If he's not around, someone should quickly come forward to receive this award on his behalf. The next award of excellence goes to Engineer Ifeanyi Okali. Engineer Ifeanyi Okali is the MD CEO APN TV. This award is in recognition of your contribution to the growth of our great movement, and is also the Chairman Council of Elders Umuahia Zone. The next award of excellence goes to Mr. Matthew Okafor. Mr. Matthew Okafor is a member of SA Zone. Is there anybody from South Africa? Or someone should quickly come forward to receive this award on behalf of Mr. Matthew Okafor. Please come forward to receive this on behalf of Matthew. The next award of excellence goes to Barrister Kevin Abroko. Barrister Kevin Abroko is the National Legal Officer of our great movement. The next recipient to this award is Barrister Irobe Isimeme. Barrister Irobe Isimeme was the national president of our great movement and also the former National Council of Elders chairman, and presently also is a member body of founders. Mr. Barrister Isimeme Irobe, thank you very much. recognition of and contribution to the growth of our movement.
Thank you very much, New Black Movement. We are very grateful.
The next recipient to this award of excellence is Omoba Kenny Akanukutu. Omoba Kenny Akanukutu is the National Secretary of our great movement. This is an award of excellence in recognition of your contribution to the great movement. Can someone step forward to receive this award on behalf of Engineer Okoye? The next award goes to Mr. Musa Idele Ubaide. Mr. Musa Idele Ubaide. Mr. Musa Idele Ubaide is the MDCU TMC Television. This is an award of excellence in your recognition of your contribution to the growth of NBM of Africa. Thank you very much. The next recipient to this award is Dr. Mayor Uyibuke. Dr. Mayor Uyibuke was the national president of NBM of Africa. This award of excellence is in recognition of your contribution to the growth of NBM of Africa. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Mayor. Honorable Efe Akokinyomo. This award of excellence is in recognition of your contribution to the growth of NBM of Africa. Mr. Madike Chukuma. Mr. Madike Chukuma is the zonal president of Lekki Zone. If he's not around, can somebody from Lekki Zone come and receive this award on his behalf? The next award goes to Chief Pascal Uge. Umelele, umelele, umelele. immediately the permanent members of the movement should please come forward so that we can have a group photograph with the present national head.
Just the phone number if you want to call is 080-77-9
77777.